is I, Elle-C, and welcome to the stream. And for today's stream, I'm just gonna chill and have a nice little chat. Probably with no one in particular, so I'm just gonna talk here. Hello, Kurumi, welcome. You know, Fridays are notoriously very slow days for me, for my streams. So I decided, because I've been watching a lot of these essay type video essays recently. So I decided to have a little bit of structure for this one, for this stream as well. I haven't done something like that for a while, so I guess it was time to do it right now. It's about time. And for today's topic, excuse me, need some water. That's actually true for me. I feel the same way. Yeah. Well, talk a little bit about that. Yes, Western RPG fans don't like JRPGs because JRPGs don't allow you to develop your own adventure. It's fixed with created stories and characters. That is correct. Hey, Jrpg. Welcome. So anyways, today I'm just going to talk a little bit about my JRPG experiences and why I play them, why I like them. Hey, Nintendo. So first of all, my ideal way of playing a JRPG for the first time is not to treat it as a game, which is a bit ironic, but that is how I like to play. So when I play a JRPG for the first time, I'm simply there to immerse myself in the entire experience that the game has to offer, be it gameplay, characters, a zombie, or the story, the music, basically Halo, Yasuke, basically the entirety of what the game itself has to offer. So as a result, usually I'm not rushing to get to the end of the game, so I can write it off a checklist. Because JRPGs for me are an experience to be lived and to become entrenched as a part of who I am for posterity. Yes, I know it sounds a little bit sappy, a little bit sentimental, and I guess sounds a little bit melodramatic, over-dramatic, because I wish to etch these experiences into my very being. But that be how it goes. I take my time, yes, like with Art Anelico and Rhapsody 2, exactly, Midgard. It's okay, just be Back to the Future instead. And that's where the irony is, Nintendo, because I know you're talking to Kurumi, by the way. That's where the irony is, because I don't play JRPGs for the gameplay, mostly. So let's talk about my first JRPG experience. Hey, Nagato. So I would say the very first JRPG, sort of, that I ever played was Dragon Slayer for the Game Boy. It's a Falcom game, by the way. Or watches the story in YouTube videos before playing the game. So, Dragon Slayer for Game Boy. So what it is it's not really even a JRPG. It's kind of an RPG because it's a top-down roguelike. But there's no real story to it. Basically, you're just put into the game world right away. And then, it's a top-down roguelike, basically. You just pick stuff up, you try to learn what the items do, try to level up. The action is turn-based, so there's no real skill involved. But you do have to watch out with what you do because you can easily get yourself killed. In that game, if you wander into a high-level area or if you wander too far away from the safe spots. Hey, Moonrine, welcome. So yeah. And you guys might be curious what it looks like. So let's see what it looks like. So this is I would say this was my first JRPG experience. Even though it's not really a JRPG, but it was the first sort of JRPG that I ever played. And I didn't really own this game, by the way. I played it from a friend's Game Boy, because I got to borrow that Game Boy a lot in exchange for letting my friend borrow a lot of my Archie comics. A classmate back in elementary school, grade school. So this is what it was. Dragon Slayer. It's a Falcom game, by the way. Look, Nihon Falcom. Halo, Katsu. Welcome. So yeah. Looks like this. Game does not tell you what any of these do. You gotta figure that out yourself. Oh, you don't know how it works? Well, screw you. You can go and die. Halo, Badasagada. So if you have this, you can now push blocks. It's a top-down roguelike. But the game doesn't tell you that. You discover that on your own. You can push any of these blocks here. But if you try to do that, you will die. So basically, that's how you level up. You take all those coins, you put them inside your house. So now we are able to fight these monsters. Sort of. Looks like I can't. Sad. Since we are unable to fight these monsters yet, it's called Dragon Slayer. By Nihon Falcom. $9 loose, says Kurumi. I have no idea. Kurumi knows. I am not able to damage those guys, so we're going to go. So the idea here is to try to find a sword or some equipment. So we go here. We're gonna survey what we can do here. So I can push this down all the way. Yeah. Gotta be careful. Because if you push those things, if you push any of these blocks here, it allows the enemies to come out and they will hunt you down and kill you dead. And you won't be able to do anything. Because we can't fight back. We don't have the weapon. So anyways, this was my first experience with something with sort of Jrpg mechanics. Right? It was this game. Now, I was pretty fascinated by this, but I could only play with my friend's Game Boy like maybe 3 times a week. No, I'm not sure it's called Dragon Slayer. It's called Dragon Slayer. Slayer. So I could only play this game with my friend's Game Boy maybe 3 times a week on during recess and during lunchtime, in exchange for letting my friend with a Game Boy borrow some of my vast collection of Archie comics. But I didn't really think anything more about this. Once we graduated from grade school, my friend with a Game Boy went to another school, so I didn't ever see this game again until many years later. But anyways, I didn't even know if this was considered an RPG or not. I wasn't even aware of what an RPG was. Anyways, so with that said, I was pretty fascinated by this game. So the next game I played, which could be considered kind of, it's not a JRPG, but it could be considered an RPG, was a dungeon crawler. It was a free game, a shareware game that came with our PC, with our Pentium MMX PC. That was when I was already in high school. Yeah. And it was this game. We talk and obscure. My entire experience with gaming is obscure. Not even by choice. like I had nothing to play. Do 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 do. So it was this game. Let me get my phone. In other words, it was a Western RPG. Just getting my phone. So does this game. Ancient Swan Deathwatch is a Western RPG. So this one has heavy emphasis on character creation and stuff like that. But you can just go with these default characters. So, this game basically shaped my perception of what Western RPGs are all about. Hey, Wolfpack. So, plunges you straight into this, doesn't tell you anything. Just puts you in the middle of town, doesn't tell you a thing. Yeah. So, this was, I guess the first proper RPG that I played. But, because the game doesn't give you any direction, I was like, well, where's the action? When do I get to the action? So every time I played this, I'm just like, alright, let's see how far we can get. So what I would do is go straight into the sewers. And you'll know if the sewers are near, even if you don't know where you're going. Because of that prompt, your nose is assaulted with a stench of sewage. So I enter. And here we are inside the sewers. What are we doing here? I have no idea. So we got an enemy now. And that be how this game goes. I suppose I was supposed to talk to some of the townspeople. Maybe they'd give me a quest or something. But, you know, I was just like, hey, what do I do? Let's just go somewhere, find something to fight. Cause, where's the action? Where be the action at? So this is how this game went. But that's enough of that. I never really got anywhere in this game. I think I got past the sewers into some well inside the sewers eventually, but because the game gave me no direction whatsoever, this type of game shaped my perception of what Western RPGs are all about. So anyways, the first actual JRPG that I played is of course Final Fantasy VII. And that's why Final Fantasy VII is very special for me. Even though some people may call it overrated, even though some people may say, oh, FF6 is better, because FF7 is just a tech demo. But it wasn't like that for me. For me, it was just the first time I've ever played something like this, a game like this. So for me, when I first powered up that game, because I just bought it randomly, by the way, it was 175 pesos, so obviously it was a bootleg. Because all games are bootlegs here. In the Philippines, at least in the 90s. Everything was a bootleg. It was late 1998, I believe. It was late 1998, or 99, no, it was 1998, I think. So it was a year after Final Fantasy VII had actually been released. Does Pokemon Yellow count as a JRPG? Of course it does. Anyways, so for me, with Final Fantasy VII being my initial experience with JRPGs, for me it was like I was experiencing an epic story unfold through the eyes of the main protagonist, that's Cloud. And while the storytelling aspect may have been surpassed by games that came after it, Final Fantasy VII was personally my first experience with a video game that felt more immersive than reading a novel. So yeah, I was an avid book reader. Being a writer, of course, I read books. In fact, I read books, I read magazines, I read novels back then. And for me, it was a form of escape from reality. Talk about the first time I left Midgar. Oh yes, that really opened up the game for me. I thought I was about to beat disc 1 because it was 3 discs, right? So when I got out of Midgar, I thought that, oh okay, I'm about to beat disc 1. I'm about to go to disc 2. But then when I went out of Midgar, it was a 3D overworld. And it was my first time seeing that. And I was completely baffled. It took me like 10 hours, okay? It took me like 10 hours to get past Midgar. Because it was my first time. And my save file was corrupted about 5 hours in. The first time I played that game. It was my memory card. So my one save file got corrupted. But anyways. So I had to start over. FF7 was special queue, it was the very first, so I had to start over. Anyways, so when I got out into that overworld, I was actually very, very confused. Probably not as confused as Logan, but almost as confused as him. Because the game just threw you into this 3D overworld, which you can rotate. You can rotate the view completely. Like, all around you. Using the L and R buttons. L1, R1, R1. You could rotate. And, there was Cloud walking around, and I was confused. And I was like, oh, there's Midgar right there. Now it's tiny. There was a tiny representation of Midgar on the overworld map. And then slowly I figured it out. Oh! Now I am outside. I am on the world map. And now I can walk around. And visit other places. So of course, the very first place, so I walked around, ran into some fights, which were pretty easy. Yeah, they were pretty easy, so I just walked around. And then, that was also the first time I realized, oh, I can save anywhere now, when I'm on the world map. Yeah, the near-death experience, so you want to change your career path to floor cover. Yeah, I think you'd better do that, Gase. No sense, hey, Michael. No sense risking your life for a job. Unless it's your passion. Unless, it really, really pays a lot. So at least I managed to save there on the world map, because the next thing I would do, I would run straight into the Midgar Zolom. So the big serpent, inside the swampy area, I ran straight into him. And of course he wiped out my party immediately. He was stronger than any other boss I faced. Only ever watched your neighborhood friends play Final Fantasy 1 for NES and Dragon Warrior. So anyways, so yeah, he wiped out my entire party. And then, FF1 had the best intro music. It's used in every other Final Fantasy though. Even FF12 uses it. You mean, the main theme, Final Fantasy, right? It's called Final Fantasy, the main theme. La 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 la. Like that? That's called Final Fantasy, by the way. The name of the track is Final Fantasy by the great Nobuo Uematsu. I don't think it's in Final Fantasy 7 though. So anyways, yeah, the Midgar Zolom wiped me out, and then I reloaded because I had a save file, so I found the Chocomog summon, and it did like 350 damage, which was way more than anything I could ever do at that point. And I was like, okay, now I will get my revenge on this flippin' serpent. And so I tried to fight him again, and he totally wiped me out. Once again, wiped me out. Oh, Jrpgs, any questions? Yes, any questions for LCX? Exactly, Orc War Chief Reviews. Anyways. So, tried to fight him over and over again. Maybe I tried like 5 times. And one time, because I basically partitioned all of my limit breaks. I'm talking about it right now. What was the most amazing experience I had? Why, I'm talking about it right now. It was playing Final Fantasy VII for the first time, which was also my first real JRPG experience. Anyways. Well, I'm glad you didn't get hurt, Yasuke. You better change jobs. Sounds a little bit dangerous. Is Legend of Ligaya a JRPG? Of course it is. I'm gonna talk about that eventually. So it was my first time experiencing this type of game. Alright. The gameplay was important. So it was an immersive experience, more immersive than reading a novel. Which, at that point, reading novels, reading stories, reading the book section of Reader's Digest, that was my escape. That was my personal escape. Just reading stories, any kind of novels I could get my hands on inside this house. That was my escape at that time. When I heard my parents fighting physically. When I heard my father slapping my sister over and over again for trying to run away from home with her boyfriend. Reading was my escape. So I read anything I could get my hands on. Absolutely anything. So I read stuff which were probably not meant for children. Like The Body Snatchers. Some Robert Ludlum books. I read Lasher by Anne Rice. I read those trashy novels which had sex included in them. So I wasn't reading, I loved reading, but I wasn't reading for the intellectual superiority points. I was reading as a means of escape. As a means of escape from what was happening inside the house within these thin walls at that time. So anyways, when I found Final Fantasy VII for the first time, when I played it for the first time, it gave me an experience that I could not have with just books. It gave me a more immersive experience than just reading a book. Now the gameplay was also important in Final Fantasy VII. And as some people say, it was basically a tech demo. To see how many different ideas they could cram into it. Maybe it is, maybe it is. But you know what? For the most part, those ideas they crammed worked for the game. Unless you're playing it with a heavy bias in mind at the start. That's a you problem. So as my first real RPG, it was not just unique and satisfying. I lived those moments together with the characters. I laughed. I cried. I experienced their moments of triumph together with them. Well, it may not be the real definition of what an RPG should be for some. For me, it was the epitome of the type of JRPG that I would have a strong bias for from that point on. With that said, after I finished playing FF7, now I had an insatiable hunger for more of the same. I had this hunger for more of the same experience. So, once again, when I play an RPG, I am there to take my time, not just rush to finish it. There to take my time, see what it has to offer. I'm not there to game it. I'm not there to treat it as a game. I'm there to be with the characters, to be within those stories, as a form of escape. And although that chapter of my life is way back in the past, is folklore a Jrpg? I have no idea. Although that chapter of my life is way back in the past now, I still treat Jrpgs, the Jrpgs that I play, I still treat them the same way, as much as possible, so I don't game them. In fact, it's not just for Jrpgs, the games I play in general. I want those types of experiences, wherein I can empathize, I can relate, as the viewer, to what the characters are experiencing. Find yourself getting too immersed in the story plot of JRPGs, or the escapism getting involved in the story plot have been character defining. You'll cry and laugh with the characters. Ah yes, very nice. So with that said, after FF7, I wouldn't get my next JRPG for a little while, although I was always looking for it. So I started playing whatever I could. And whatever I could turned out to be this game, right here. Da 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 da. It was this game right here. Oh, he's small. Make it a little bit bigger. Maybe make myself a little bit smaller. Actually, no. I like myself nice and big here. Never mind. So it was this game right here. Hey. I played, of course, the PC version of this. My mother bought this game for me for like 500 pesos back then. I'm not sure if it was a bootleg or if it was an original disc. But you did need the disc inside of the CD drive in order to play it on PC. So it was this game, Diablo. the PS1 version is superior to the PC in many ways. For one, it has reflections in the water. It has a slightly worse frame rate.
I do not have a spell ready.
But it has like reflections in the water. Like so. And you can adjust the game speed to be fast. So now we can move fast.
I do not have a spell.
Stay a while and listen. Okay, well, listen to him. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Here he is.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Hello, hello, hello.
Please, listen to me. The Archbishop Lazarus.
So I treated this like I would treat Jrpg. I actually listened to the lore.
Now everyone is dead.
Like this.
Killed by a demon he called the
I listened to every word he said.
Avenge us. Find this butcher and slay him, so that our souls may finally rest.
So I got the butcher quest. It's random, but I got the butcher quest. When I first played this, I was playing as a rogue. Why? Cause a sexy girl. It sort of played with some RPG mechanics.
The sanctity of this place has been fouled.
Uh-huh. I'm a squishy mage right now. Unfortunately, you gotta destroy those barrels. Just be a very spammy little mage. I don't have a potion. So yeah, this was also an immersive experience in its own way. But it was dark, it was depressing, and the character you play as is meant to be you, so doesn't really have any interesting background story to it. Basically, it was Western RPG style. And it's not really an RPG either. It's a dungeon crawler. And it was also a lot more skill-based. Especially if you're playing as a mage. At the start, you're super squishy, so gotta be super careful with where you're going. Don't get yourself trapped. The good thing is that Mr. Mage here has tons of range.
I do not have a spell ready.
Yeah. Chain lightning is stronger than this one. But even the warrior class character can also use this. And if you want to go like a hybrid build, it's best to use the rogue for that. Could also make this guy a battle mage and put some points into dexterity. Game is pretty open that way.
I do not have a spell ready.
Yes, you do. See, you have a spell. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So I played a little bit of Diablo. Actually beat the game. After Final Fantasy VII, but I was still looking for that experience. It felt like a second-hand experience, Diablo, even though it was lauded as one of the greatest games of all time when it first came out. All the gaming magazines were like, "Ooh, this is the holy grail, the best of the best." I was looking for that experience, that particular itch that FF7 gave me, and I didn't get that from Diablo. And I also tried an actual Western RPG, Icewind Dale 2. So it had Dungeons and Dragons mechanics, and it had Dungeons and Dragons mechanics. I think it had an epic story to tell, but again, it gave you no direction. Western RPG style. And I also tried later on, much later on, I tried Neverwinter Nights. And once again, it was like that. It was Western RPG style. Which I didn't really make the distinction. Yeah, I went berserk and attacked everyone. I went inside villagers' homes. I killed everyone inside. Ran away. If you kill them inside their homes, no one will know, by the way. If you do it out in the streets, the patrol will find you. And they have archers. And they're going to chase you down till you're dead. So these Western RPGs, they scratch a different type of itch. They provide a vastly different experience from JRPGs. If you want the deep customization and rich lore with dark gothic, medieval fantasy visuals or otherwise futuristic sci-fi with a general dark and morbid ambience, then Western RPGs are the way to go. They can be an immersive experience and probably can have epic, well-told stories as well. But they just simply were not the type of RPGs I wanted more of. So the next game that I played after FF7, the next JRPG, is Legend of Legaia. Ah, yes. So immediately after Final Fantasy VII, the next JRPG I got my hands on was Legend of Legaia. So what I did in high school was I just canvassed all around. I just went all around town looking at all the places that sold PS1 discs. And I saw this one, Legend of Legaia. I looked at the back of the disc and I saw HP. And I saw, turn-based mechanics. Okay. And I saw anime-style characters. And I was like, alright. Now this is what I was looking for. So, after Final Fantasy VII, my next RPG was Legend of Legaia, and I beat it in a week's time. I beat it in 1 week. It's like a 30 to 40 hour game. I beat it in a week. Because, my hunger for more of that FF7 experience was insatiable. I wanted more of the same. So I have to admit, with Legend of Legaia, it actually pales a lot in comparison to Final Fantasy VII, as far as production values go. But overall, it hit off everything that I wanted to see in my checklist. The visuals were already compatible to Final Fantasy VII. Yes, very similar visuals, but having a story that is set in a completely medieval, rustic setting with magical creatures taking the place of technology meant that for me it felt fresh. And it was a good change of pace from the steampunk pseudo-modern setting of Final Fantasy VII. The battle system also felt like a big step up from Final Fantasy VII. I played that much later, Wolfpack, Legend of Dragoon. And I never beat it because something was wrong with the disc that I bought, so I only got to disc 3. So there were subtle things in Legend of Legaia in the way the battle mechanics were done, including the way they were rendered, and it really made up the experience for me. The fighting looked like an over-the-top, welcome back Katsu, 3D fighting game, like Rival Schools, with its own combo system, and even a power-up spirit mechanic that looks like a Dragon Ball Z power-up sequence. And it also acts as your main defensive move. Furthermore, the characters don't just run back into place like they did with Final Fantasy VII. You know, you attack, you go back into the same row with your allies. Attack, go back, same row with your allies. Use magic, go back to the same row, etc. You just face the enemy and the enemy does the same. They attack you and then they immediately run back to where they're standing. So yes, exactly, Wolfpack. You can find special attacks by just trying out different combos. So the fighting looked like an over-the-top 3D fighting game like Rival Schools. Yeah, that was really what made the game for me. So when attacking, it looks a lot more dynamic in battle. Later, Meteor Guard. So that was important for me back then. Because if you guys think that, like in Final Fantasy VII or any Final Fantasy game, like attacking and then running back into place, attacking then running back into place, if you think it looks awkward from a modern gamer's perspective, it looked awkward AF back then as well. So Legend of the Gaia didn't do that. If you attack, so it looks a lot more dynamic. If you attack and your turn is over, you stand in the last place. In the last place where you attacked your opponent after attacking a particular enemy. So it really made the battles look like epic fights. And the turn-based nature of the combat meant you could take it all in without having to constantly engage with a game. Like in an action game, for example, like Zelda. Or even an action RPG. So you could actually take in what was going on, think about it, strategize, without having to constantly engage with a game. So in a way, that meant that because of the pause in gameplay, that also meant that it wasn't skill-based. It was strategy. It was more like strategy. And that's what JRPG gameplay is all about for me. Except for certain, modern JRPGs kind of do away with that now. With more. Yes, engaging you constantly feels more realistic. And yet, it doesn't leave any room for your imagination. You can't just sit back, relax, and look at what's happening and enjoy it. Because you have to constantly think about trying to survive. What you need to do next, how you're gonna react to what the enemy is doing. So yeah. So that was my second JRPG experience. It was Legend of Legaia. So next on the list was a charming little game that I actually ignored initially. Yep, that's how it works, Wolfpack. So then, the next JRPG that I played after Final Fantasy VII was a charming little game that I actually ignored initially because it looked so primitive next to the 3D JRPGs I played. It was Lunar the Silver Star Story Complete. So initially, because it wasn't 3D like Final Fantasy VII and Legend of the Gaia, I was thinking, oh, this is an inferior product. Yeah, Lunar. I thought, oh, this is an inferior product. And look, my characters are like small, chibi. And they don't even transform when into their big versions. When you get into a fight, you still fight as their small versions, as their chibi sprites. I was like, ugh, I don't like this. Sucks. And then I tried it for a little while. So I tried it for a little while, and then I got into the cave, and because of working designs, I died immediately from just those first enemies inside the cave. From the first encounter, I died because the game expects you. The game expects you to use all your magic, all your skills. From the very start with the first enemies, because of working designs difficulty tweaking. So when I got that first game over, I immediately turned the game off and started playing Tekken 3. And I didn't pick up the game again until my classmates visited my house that weekend. And they were like, okay, what Jrpgs you got? Because they also played a little bit of Final Fantasy VII with me. And we all watched that scene where Aerith dies in disc 1 together. And when we saw that, some of my classmates were like, are you crying? Ha! Bet you're crying over that. Ha! I bet you're crying over that. And everyone was like, I'm not crying, you're crying. What do you mean? No one's crying here. You're projecting. It's you who's crying over this. It's just a game. What's wrong? What's wrong? Look, you're all teary-eyed. I can see it. Look at those pools building up in your eyes. You're crying, aren't you? The truth is we all wanted to cry when we saw that. But we had to keep up the facade. Like, it's just a game. It doesn't affect me. Nope, not at all. Anyways, so yeah. After finishing disc 1, we decided to give Lunar a try. I was like, oh, this game sucks compared to Final Fantasy VII. This game sucks. And they were like, what do you mean it sucks? So my classmates, they had Genesis systems, they had SNES systems, which I never had. So they had a little bit more experience with video games compared to me. Excuse me, need some water. So when they tried it out, they were not disgusted by the 2D graphics of Lunar, nor the chibi sprites. They were like, oh, come on, just keep playing it. It has a good story, you're gonna see. So they played it in my stead. So they just played it instead of me. One weekend. And to my surprise, they got like all the 3 dragons. So they didn't get to the 4th dragon. So they got the power of all 3 dragons. During that one weekend that they played it, I was just watching. So when they left, I was like, okay, this game is not too bad after all. You know what? I'm gonna play it. And so I did. And I finished Lunar on that same weekend. It's not a very long game. So it's not a very long game. So as a high schooler with lots of time during the weekend, I managed to finish it in just 2 days. And, yeah. Eventually I realized, oops, gotta turn off my fan. So eventually I realized that, okay, I totally misjudged this game. I love it. I like it. So that was my first experience with playing a 2D Jrpg. So, as my first 2D Jrpg, Lunar held a special place in my heart. So those songs, that ending song, that boat song, When's the Turn, I knew it by heart. No, I did not. So let's talk about Breath of Fire. I played Breath of Fire a little bit after I played Lunar on ZSNES. Yeah, on ZSNES. I played a little bit of it. So I played the first game. I tried the intro. And it seemed pretty interesting. But then I found Chrono Trigger. And when I tried that, I was like, okay, this is what I'm looking for. This is the game I'm looking for. Because, it was an SNES game. Yes? But the music was outstanding. It was a music that really hooked me. And of course, the character interactions are pretty good in a Chrono Trigger. What I like about Chrono Trigger is that it didn't try to abbreviate how it told the story. And when I talk about abbreviating how you tell the story, I'm talking Final Fantasy VI. Like, everyone always praises Final Fantasy VI to death, as if it was a perfect JRPG. And everyone is always talking about, General Leo's death. Like how it's such an iconic part of the game. But I played Final Fantasy VI Anthology. So it was the PS1 game with those FMV cutscenes. So when I played FF6 for the first time, all I saw was that, this was a prototype for FF7. Because that's what it looked like to me, with FF7 as my first RPG, as my first JRPG. It just looked like a prototype of FF7. Was it a bad game? No, it was not. Did I enjoy it? Yes, I did. Did it feel like an inferior experience compared to FF7? Yes, it did. Because again, it didn't provide me with the same immersive experience that I could get in FF7. And yes, it was a limitation of the technology at that time. But let's take a look here. Let me show you something. Let's take a look at this. FF7 was such a leap from what was before. I'm glad somebody agrees with me. It seems that most people don't agree with you. Or me. But let's take a look at this. Where's the display capture? Here it is. Bah. So this is how General Leo's amazing death scene plays out. Later, Wolfpack. Okay, so he wins. Here, let's look at this one instead. So this is the remaster, but it's more or less the same. So he wins this fight versus Kefka. Okay, so what even happened? Did he get backstabbed or something? What is that? Okay. So, look at how this scene is executed. Look at how this scene is executed. Yes, it was due to the limitations of the technology at that time. But is someone seriously trying to make the argument that this has more impact than Aerith's death? Seriously? Seriously? Really? I mean, look at some of these scenes. This is another iconic Kefka moment. Look at how it actually plays out. What did he even do? And somehow it killed everyone. Okay, that's enough of that. But yeah. The point being, I couldn't get into that. You might say I lack imagination or something, so maybe I do. But you know what? I couldn't get into that. I was like, okay, this looks stupid. Am I supposed to feel for this character that I was just introduced to? What? I don't get it. I mean, Chrono Trigger exists on the same system. In Chrono Trigger, the character interactions are a lot more fleshed out, less abbreviated. Everyone actually talks with particular quirks, like an actual person. At least as far as the technology allows. And don't forget, on the same system, in Japan, we got stuff like Tales of Fantasia, Star Ocean. Way superior games compared to Final Fantasy VI. So I don't get all the praise for that game. I really don't. Again, do I think it's a bad game? No. Did I enjoy it? Yes. Do I think it's flippin' overrated AF? Yes, it is. Right. With that said, the next JRPG I played after Lunar was Grandia. Yes. And at this point, my love for JRPGs was already set in stone. So this was another fresh, new experience for me. It was fresh in the way it was presented. It was a mix between 2D and 3D. So, 2D sprites, 3D backgrounds. And while it looked a little bit grainy, a little bit pixelated, compared to Final Fantasy VII, compared to Legend of the Gaia. At this point, I would play anything as long as it was a JRPG. I would just play anything. So I played Grandia. And it had full voice acting. Well, in some cutscenes at least. It had fully voiced cutscenes. Which was not that new to me, because Lunar had that. But it really gave the characters a lot more personality. Like, okay, the English voice acting was probably not the best, but it worked. It was good. Good enough to convey what the characters were feeling in those cutscenes at that moment. And of course, there's the battle system. The battle system, I loved it. It was unique. So it was a little bit like the ATB system in Final Fantasy, but you could actually delay the attacks of the enemy with your own. Like if the enemy's gauge is about action gauge, is about to hit. If you hit them with some attacks that stun them, the action gauge goes back a little bit, allowing you to move again before they get to move. So there was a lot more strategy there. And just like in Legend of the Gaia, using magic also strengthens the level of that magic. So you're encouraged to use your magic as much as possible. And the story itself It was okay. I found it kind of forgettable. Kind of that usual, cliche anime style. But it was okay. And, for me, some of the stuff it did was still new. Like how a certain character actually turns out to be the, elder sister of another character. Whom you, keep fighting throughout the story. And it actually turns out, oh, wait. Actually, so she's not so bad after all. So while that was, that might seem pretty cliche nowadays, as an anime cliche. At that time, it felt fresh to me. Because, while it wasn't my first experience seeing something like that, it was still not that saturated. I hadn't seen enough of that to be genre savvy enough to see it coming. So it still felt fresh to me, and of course the battle system was really good. And I liked the anime style visuals, and the fact that the characters are actually a very young age. So in Final Fantasy VII, for example, characters are already adults in their 20s. Early 20s, mind you, but already fully grown, responsible adult individuals. But in Grandia, Justin is like a little kid at the start. So it really felt like this epic story, this epic coming of age story, and also this shonen anime protagonist type of story. Where, you know, this guy who couldn't even beat up some bullies. Just this cheeky little brat turns out to be the guy who saves the world. So it was a very idealistic type of story. Even more so than Lunar, I would say. And it's I sort of class it. I sort of categorize it in the same vein as Lunar. Because they feel very, very similar. Although I do like the 2D graphics of Lunar more. They look a lot cleaner than Grandia. With that said, I loved it. I enjoyed it. And then I moved on to the next JRPG, which really left a mark on me. And of course it was Star Ocean 2. Star Ocean, the second story. As to where is the first story, at that time I had no idea. It would take a few more years before EJAP would translate Star Ocean 1 for the Super Famicom. But at that time, I just had Star Ocean 2. And again, it really rekindled my love, or reaffirmed my love for JRPGs, Star Ocean 2. Especially from the very start, with its intro. Because it was also, I think, my my first time hearing Motoi Sakuraba's music, which felt very, very epic. Around the same vein as Final Fantasy music. Maybe a lot less sentimental, a lot more orchestral. But it was epic. So let's look at a little bit of Star Ocean 2, and why it was so special for me. Yes, exactly. Star Ocean 2 was translated way before 1. We never got Star Ocean 1. It was only a Super Famicom exclusive for the longest time until some hackers, so fans, translated it sometime in 2003. So of course I played as Claude for Star Ocean. I'm a little bit too big, so hey, put myself here. There we go. Now I can make the picture a little bit bigger. There we go. Nice. So let's take a look at Star Ocean 2. This is the only thing we got. Eh? So this intro, I totally skipped it. Hey.
My strength is starting to overflow. There's the enemy. Beware. Heads up. Are you ready? Look strong. I won't lose. Be careful. Careful. When did they...
Hey.
I won't lose. No. Oh. Let's run. It's hopeless. Let's run. Oh, no. I won't lose. Help. My body.
Hey.
No. You've done it.
Enough. So then I saw this. And the interface, when I saw it for the first time, I was super impressed. It looked super modern. Looked a lot more modern, a lot more streamlined than Final Fantasy VII. And it also supported the DualShock. Yeah, it supported DualShock vibration, which FF7 did not. So I played as Mr. Claude Kenny for my first playthrough. So I look at the back of the CD. It says 20 different endings. I was like, wow, really? And over here I just use standard. You can switch battle modes, combat modes later. Wait, no. I use full active. Never mind. I use full active. Wait a minute. What did I use? Yeah, oh, it was semi-active. Yeah, semi-active, I think.
Only the vast reaches
Then
of
I
outer
heard
space
this.
can hold the myriad
I
dreams
love
of
this
10
intro.
billion people and still show them its infinite possibilities. Countless dreams expand through the vastness of space. But of course, some of them are nightmares.
Controller is vibrating.
And now, I am here.
So yeah, that intro was super impressive for me. I had no idea what he was talking about. But it was still super impressive. Especially the first few lines. Only the empty vastness of space can hold the myriad dreams of blah 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 blah. And still show to them its infinite possibilities, etc. Then I saw these sprites. These sprites were super clean. The use of the backgrounds, the sprites, super clean. It's so clean, in fact, that this game could easily pass for a modern game. This game could easily pass for a modern indie game nowadays. Just make it HD. And of course, the dialogue between the characters, so different. So much more natural. Even more natural than Final Fantasy VII before it, which was already my benchmark for RPGs at that time. They're not different at all, by the way. They use the same sprites. They just made some 3D backgrounds, which are new. The 3D backgrounds are new. Sprites are the same. They use the exact same sprites. It's the same sprites. They probably upscaled. They probably upscaled it using AI. I would bet. Sprites are exactly the same. No difference whatsoever. Also, AAA game price. AAA game price. I mean, look at the way he runs here. It's exactly the same as the remake. Pretty sure they barely touched the dialogue as well. Why touch the dialogue? It was already pretty good. So they didn't even touch it. Oh, and now this game also belongs to Square Enix. Or is it just Square nowadays? It's just Square, isn't it? It was a rival company back then. Yeah, it is modern JRPG length. Around 70 to 50 to 70 hours, maybe. You can go even further if you grind. Oh no, problematic. And if you want to play the Galaxy and Universe modes, you gotta unlock a whole lot of those voices, which unlocks the higher difficulty in New Game Plus. So you can start at Galaxy mode, but then you gotta go Universe mode, which makes the enemies even harder. And then you get bloody armor, which still makes them a joke. Then just get bloody armor, which makes them a joke. I never used the bloody armor trick until Beg Esther told me to. So, yeah, why not? So it looks like this pre-rendered backgrounds. 2D sprites, pre-rendered backgrounds. And even these sound effects, they sound so modern. Which reminds me, I have like the PS4, was it PS3 game? The fourth Star Ocean. I have it on Steam. Maybe I'll just play that one. I've never played it before. Maybe I'll play that as my next game. Although I will continue with Suikoden. No, Star Ocean 4. Part 3 is on PS2. I think it's called The Last Hope. Anyways, be right back. So I'm gonna play until the first part. keep on going with Suikoden. It was... this was just after you left. They finally, told us everything, just after you left. So Gedo knew what was going on all along. He knew, that somebody was manipulating everyone. He knew that the Chris that we saw attacking the lizard men in, Calera, was it? He knew that they were fake. So it was actually an illusion. That was an illusion, Chris, created by that girl who's kind of cute, who is with Luke. So it really wasn't Chris attacking those lizard men. Sumire also got good right after he left. Yeah, it was just right after you left when Gedo finally revealed that he knew what was going on. Oh, and Salome. Salome, the knight who is, who kind of looks like, a very suspicious guy, who is with Chris all the time. He also knew he's working together with Gedo. And he actually has a plan to try to bring peace to the different tribes. So his plan has Gedo and his mercenary company going to the lake castle to try to help them out. But the knights themselves have been ordered to apprehend the master of that castle. So Salome sent Gedo and his mercenary party to try to help out the master of the lake castle. So the knights pretend to try to apprehend the master of the lake castle, but when the people around the castle say, "Get out of here," they're like, "Okay, we're leaving." And one of them goes, "I think Salome has a plan, so we're not really going to go all serious on these guys." So now it's getting interesting. Now the plot is getting interesting. Finally. And oh yes, Gedo knew the Flame Champion. Gedo knew the Flame Champion himself. They were friends. So Mr. Gedo knows everyone. Absolutely everyone. So I'm gonna play this until we get to the first fight, which is coming up. Because I wanna talk about what Logan did when he played this. He got a game over on the first fight. Hello again, Katsu. Need to get to Rhapsody. Yes, I will. So this part I thought his sprite was looked really funny when he got sucked in. Look at the way he runs. Runs like a girl. Runs like a girl. First of all, no. Secondly, Rhapsody is not an SRPG. That's like saying the Trails games are SRPGs. Yep, I like Final Fantasy Tactics. Rhapsody is a JRPG with SRPG style battles. It is not an actual SRPG. Look, an actual SRPG does not play like Rhapsody. The battle system is only one part of the SRPG formula. I made an entire stream about that. Like Meteor Guard said, Final Fantasy Tactics. Hello, sassy gorilla. When LDP played this, he wasn't paying attention to the text. So he got a game over here because this is what he did.
Here's the enemy.
He's like, okay. Yeah!
Yeah. How's this? Yeah.
Why am I doing no damage to this guy?
Yeah.
Etc, etc, etc.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he got a game over from this gorilla here. And I was like, you have a flippin' gun. Use it. You have a gun.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Bruh.
Burn! Burn! Burn!
Bruh.
Well, that's somewhere around 80 points. Hey!
You are from a super advanced civilization. You have a flippin' face gun. You have a flippin' face gun at your disposal. Use it. The sword? You don't have a sword yet. You actually use the sword later on. In here. The elder from this village says, please try not to use your face gun. Use a sword, like a normal person. Yep, exactly. She thinks it's a sword of light. Sees a face gun, thinks, oh, a sword of light. Yeah, be careful, Reina. Don't go talking to strange men. Hey, Cerulean. But that's enough of that. Let's continue the talk. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. So next game after Star Ocean 2. Let's not talk too much about this, because you guys already know I love this game. Suikoden 2. Yes, sir. So how I got exposed to Suikoden 2 was, we were playing, some, Marvel versus, Street Fighter, I think. On a rental shop. On a PlayStation 1. We're playing some Marvel versus Street Fighter with some of my friends from high school. They were teaching me how to do this infinite combo, which I could never do. But anyways, they were trying to teach me this 100% combo, which I couldn't do. So they were laughing at me, like, noob noob, suck you suck. Anyways, so I was looking at, what other games were being played by other people inside the rental shop. So there was one guy playing, Legend of the Gaia. With like, super high stats, cause he was grinding and grinding and grinding. So he had like super high stats. Was doing like 40k damage. With Miracle Hearts. And then I saw this 2D Jrpg with sort of 3D battles. Sort of. So instead of playing with my friend for the rest of our time there, it was an hourly rental. I just stared at the person next to me playing Suikoden 2. I was like, oh, I gotta have this game. So I went around town searching for it until I found it. Hee. And of course, we all know how that turned out. Suikoden 2 was just a beautiful game. It was absolutely wonderful. So over here, it's time to play. Well, I just, not really play. Just let the intro play out. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Actual war crimes, yes. So by the time I played Suikoden 2, I already didn't care if it was a 3D game or a 2D game. So I was now beyond thinking that, oh, 2D game inferior. But of course it was not like that at all. It was just me. But yeah, I used to think that way. About games. 2D inferior. 3D superior. Hey, finish it. Bling bling. Hey. Oh yes. When he played Grand Blue, he was like, "This is not worth $50." Look at that! So much charm. That intro. It's beautiful. So by the time I played this game, I was already like, oh, it's a Jrpg. I'll play it. It's probably very good. And of course it was. Charlie. Well, anyways. Let's move on. So the next game. Also another one of my favorites of all time. Wild Arms Second Ignition. So that game, so that game had a Power Ranger. The main character is a Power Ranger. He transforms into a Power Ranger. Hey Renee. But really, what really took me by surprise with Wild Arms is that Wild Arms 2 is that the story was flippin' epic. Like the story, the plot itself. That was amazing. It was amazing, I tell you. Let's play a little bit of it. I mean, I might as well spoil the plot, I guess. Let this intro play out while I spoil the plot. So here the Japanese version of this has a vocal song. But for this one time, I don't think the non-vocal intro pales in comparison. I think it's equally good. They replace the vocals with guitars. Yes, I use a voice changer, and goodbye! Looks like GMC is bored with his life again. Check out the intro. Oh no! It has. They included the vocals here. It was only one that's broken. There's ways to break part 2 as well. But you get that much later. You get that option much later. Strong female character. Badass female character, yes she is. Also does tons of damage. Yeah, actually strong. I guess she could be a loli. Milka, I mean. So anyways, let's look at the intro. The actual intro for the US disc. That one was a hacked CD. Here we go. So let's talk a little bit about the plot of Wild Arms' Second Ignition. So a very smart guy named Urban Bold Valeria, who is into sciencey stuff, has seen that there is an encroaching parallel universe which is about to consume all of Gaia. So this encroaching parallel universe, he's known as Lord Blazer, the blaze of disaster, because basically it's a living entity. So, he has a theory. He has a theory that using the Guardian Blade Argatlan, which is some ancient powerful trans-dimensional weapon, that using that Guardian Blade, which relies on the hopes of the people, the blaze of disaster can be defeated. The encroaching parallel universe can be defeated, but it will require that the entire world is united, that everyone is more or less thinking of the same goals, like Art and Alico 2. So, because the nations are divided, of course, because they all do their own thing. So Mr. Valeria hatched a brilliant plan, which of course we'll only find out if we keep playing the game. So he hatched a brilliant plan. He created this organization called ARMS. Yes, ARMS. Agile Remote Mission Squad. So ARMS is an international organization. So, like a SWAT team that swears allegiance to no nation. Totally independent, but able to cross borders wherever, whenever they please, in order to stop a terrorist threat. And ARMS was created specifically to combat a particular terrorist group, a very powerful international terrorist group called Odessa. And Odessa's main officers are all named after the layers of Dante's Inferno. Or was it Purgatory? I think it's Inferno. Ptolemaea, Judeca, etc., etc. Kinda. Anyways, so this international organization, this international terrorist organization, Odessa, has been wreaking havoc all around the world. So that's why ARMS was created, in order to quell the threat. So yeah, and ARMS has the blessing of all the different nations, because you got an organization that wants to take out the terrorist threat that's basically doing whatever they want And they have some pretty powerful guys in arms, so yeah, why not? But, plot twist, plot twist, plot twist. So the plot twist. So Arms continues to fight Odessa, eventually defeating everyone throughout the course of the game. So when they get to the headquarters of Odessa, they look at the computers, they look at the receipts, documents. What do you know? Funding for Odessa is coming from Mr. Irving Bold Valeria. So yes, Mr. Valeria funded both Odessa, funded both Odessa and Arms. He created an artificial threat and created a group in order to quell the threat. Alright, later, my dear guard. So the reason he did this? To unite the world. In order to fulfill his theory that if the world is united before the encroaching parallel universe arrives, then that threat can be defeated. And it worked. But of course, at what cost? Why, at the cost of a few hundred, maybe 1,000 lives, of course. Some sacrifices had to be made. He's what you might call an actual Machiavellian. Is it character? Or should we consider him a villain? Or a hero? Or perhaps both? An anti-hero? Yeah, I think he's more of an anti-hero. Anyway, he dies. He dies at the end. He also sacrifices himself to help combat the threat. But anyways, that was a brilliant story. And of course, we can't forget about the prevalent theme throughout Wild Arms' Second Ignition. Always, the main character always emphasizes, because his girlfriend told him that sacrifices should not be made. So singular sacrifices, like heroes, because his girlfriend told him. And it was a very good conversation. Let me turn on my BGM. So it was a very good conversation. After one particularly dangerous mission, his girlfriend was very unhappy with what he was doing. Hey, Aris. So his girlfriend, Marina, his fiancée, was very unhappy with what he was doing. Because he was getting hurt being a part of Arms. So he tells her, "Aren't you happy that I'm a hero? People look up to me like I'm some kind of hero." And her response was, "No. I don't want you to be a hero. If a hero is just a euphemism for sacrifice, then no." Isn't that amazing? For a Jrpg from the PS1 era, to have that sort of theme. And it is, of course, it is repeated all throughout the game. That particular theme, you see it all throughout the game. That theme, you see it all throughout the game. Like one of the characters, Tim, is supposed to be a pillar. he was supposed to be sacrificed as a pillar in order to save his village. But Ashley and company in arms save him, of course. Hey, John Ratnick. Probably Japanese reflections on kamikaze pilots. So yes, they saved him. And then, everyone realizes that they don't have to sacrifice a single person. Because if the entire village works together, then they don't have to sacrifice just one person in order to die for them. Hey, Mike Wolf. And of course, this is clearly visible. This is clearly visible in the final battle. So, spoilers! We're gonna watch the final battle. So, very unique final boss, in that you can't lose to this guy. Let me find it in some video. Hey. Here we go. So this is a very unique final boss in that you can't actually lose him. And of course it also repeats the theme. It emphasizes the theme once more. That you don't need heroes. Because heroes are just euphemisms for sacrifice. Is it visible? I think it is. Yeah. Right. Here it is. This is one of the most unique boss fights. It's very similar to Arcadelico 2's final boss. So this is the embodiment of the encroaching parallel universe. So with every strike of his sword, he carries the hope of all of Pilgaia with him. With every strike of the sword. So first, this is Anastasia, the first hero from the past, who is stuck in some other dimension. So she's the first to offer her hope into the sword to strike the blaze of disaster. And once again, strikes with impulse. So you meet these guys along your journey. And they too offer their prayers, their hopes, into the sword. What's the difference? What's the difference, Michael, between this one and a piece of literary work? I don't think it fails in comparison. So yes. Just because it's in written form and some old fogey said that a piece of literature is superior doesn't actually make it so. I think the themes that it encompasses here might even be better than some contemporary works of literature. So yes, with each strike of impulse, these are people you meet along your journey who are talking. So these are people you get to know as you play through the game. So this form, you only get to use it for this particular fight. I don't know why this guy is trying to heal himself. He doesn't even need to. You can't lose this fight. See, look at all the text here. We don't need a hero. We don't need someone special to fight for us. So we must fight ourselves. All you gotta do is keep using impulse, by the way. You don't need to do anything else. Each strike of impulse will move the scene forward. This is Marina, his fiancée. Obviously, this is the final blow. Max damage! And so the encroaching parallel universe, its manifestation, is defeated. Once and for all, not sealed away, defeated. Look at what they say here. I wasn't the one that won. Everyone here. Everyone waiting for us. It's a victory we won together. See, the theme is repeated. anyways. Hello, Binatu. Have I not made you a mod here? Here. So yeah, that's why Wild Arms 2 was so special for me. Yeah, basically it's a power of friendship thing. But remember, it used a brilliant plot to get there, to get to that point in the story. It used a very brilliant plot line. I mean, who would expect it? Did you guys see this coming when you played this, if you played this? Who would expect that your boss, in arms, the one funding your organization, your anti-terrorist organization, there was no cheating romance. Who would expect that the one funding your anti-terrorist organization was also the guy funding the terrorist organization you're fighting and finishing off? Who would expect something like that? And when you finally finish off the terrorist organization, it's revealed that it was part of his plan all along. In order to unite the world, he funded that organization on purpose, allowed them to run amok, kill people, terrorize people. He funded that because he wanted to unite the world. For what purpose? Because he saw it coming. He saw the encroaching parallel universe coming. He saw the encroaching parallel universe, and he had a theory that by using Argatlam, with the hopes of the people united, they could defeat the encroaching parallel universe before it basically swallows up all of Filgaia. Isn't that a brilliant plotline for a PS1 Jrpg? It doesn't have the mature political themes of something like Suikoden. It's okay, he died. It's okay, he died as well. So, we could classify him as an anti-hero, or perhaps he was the true hero of this story all along, even though he died, and even though he caused the death of thousands of people. In the end, he saved the world. His plan worked. But without him, the world would not have been saved. In fact, the entire universe would not have been saved. It would have been swallowed up by the encroaching parallel universe, which only he saw coming. Does that still make him a villain? He also died for his plans in order to see it through. Yep, exactly. We don't need heroes. Maybe he could have used a different route. You're right, he could have. That's why I say he was very Machiavellian in his ways. He knew what he was doing. He knew his sins would not be forgiven by anyone. And you know the worst part? He even sacrificed his sister. For his plans, along with himself. His sister who did not know anything about his plans. Yeah, that's true, Aris. That's a very anime thing. to say. That sounds like something I'd see in a Groove Adventure rave. Which one would you, if you could save only one of two people who are drowning in a river, which one would you save? And Mr. Haru Glory be like, both. The way to save them both. I'll find it for sure. Very anime. Haru said he'd save them both. Hey, let's move on. Da 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 da. So the next game, the next JRPG I played was my first JRPG SRPG experience. Yeah, it was my first strategy RPG experience. And of course it was none other than Final Fantasy Tactics. Now I knew about the existence of Tactics and I actually had the disc for quite a while. But when I tried it out, the gameplay didn't appeal to me. What it felt like was that it felt like a second-rate experience next to a real JRPG. You know, one where you walk around the world map, go inside towns, talk to people, and you can actually see everything. Final Fantasy Tactics felt like a second-rate experience compared to the type of JRPGs I was used to. Was I correct in my assessment? I don't know, probably not. It's a different genre of RPG, but that is how I felt back then. So, but I kept playing it anyway. Cause you know I had no other pending JRPGs to play, so I played it, and I ended up really liking the game. For the gameplay, mostly. It has some kind of complex, political struggle plot. And the one thing I do like is how the game shows that history may not always be correct. History is written by the winners. And that's kinda what Ramza is all about. Nobody knew who Ramza was. Or at the end everyone thought he died. Anyway. For nothing, because nobody knew what he was. He saved the world. But at what cost? He died, apparently. And nobody ever knew what he did. But everyone knew who Delita was. But that's what true heroism is all about, right? You don't need recognition. Am I an East fan? Well, I like East 7, which is the only one I finished. So I guess I sort of am. I finished it on Nightmare mode. It was fun. Anyways, let's take a look at some FF Tactics. I do have the ROM for the game, so I can show it myself. ISO, technically. Whatever. ROM, ISO, same difference. How can you save others if you don't first save yourself? Yes, very anime as well. Okay. Here is Tactics. We gotta reset that. You're ordering E8. a sword in hand, clutching a gem to his heart. Something. Clasping a gem to his heart. There you go. I love this intro, by the way. So this was my intro to the SRPG formula. So Katsu says that Rhapsody a Musical Adventure is an SRPG because of the battle style. I would argue it's not. Rhapsody a Musical Adventure has SRPG battle mechanics, sort of, but it's lacking. It's not like Fire Emblem, it's not like Final Fantasy Tactics, it's not like other actual SRPGs. That's like saying that the Trails games are SRPGs. So I like the intro for Final Fantasy Tactics. Won't you come with me now? In a journey to discover the truth. So yeah, history remembers Delita as a hero. I like this part. I like this part of the intro. Also, it mirrors history. It mirrors history in real life. History is written by the winners. Or dug up by 40-something old white dudes wearing a leather hat. This takes place in the same world as Vagrant's story as well as FF12. is on the world of Iblis. Yo, Buddha Sugura. Are the petrifying vines after them? Nope. This is a story about political maneuvering and evil church leaders. That's Agrias. This story ends quite ironically, with a guy with a very villainous temperament winning in the end. Because this is apparently a look back at history. Yes, Cloud is a playable character here. Oh, you think Ophelia is Garnet? Well, I have some disappointing news for you at the end of this game. Do you want to know? Not really? Okay. You want to know? So, Delita, Delita, the so-called hero of this tale, when it was actually Ramza, well, the hero that history remembers, who eventually became the king, Delita, stabs her in private. this was my first intro to SRPG combat. But I already knew what to do, because I'd seen my friends play this. So I already had an idea how to play this. I don't think there's alternate endings, not that I know of. Besides, once you get Orlando later on, basically he'll just kill everyone for you. Like, all you need to do is control him for the entire fight, and he's going to win the fight for you. You can recruit Agrius later on. She's pretty good, I guess. He's an alternate version only for this world. Ares is also here. Yes, she does. She doesn't die here. Sounds like history is written by the tears of fans. Sort of. It's like how fans, when when they disagree with the author, they want to rewrite the canon ending of a particular anime or manga. Our game. What? Fine. So, that's the Zeta there, by the way. So yeah, actual SRPGs. Work like this. You get these story scenes. And then you get preparations before battle. Like this. You get cutscenes, you get preparations before battle, you get to the battle. That's how an actual SRPG plays. Anyways. Next SRPG I played was Tenchi Muyo RPG, which was a Japanese translated Super Famicom ROM. It was super short. You just moved from one scene to the next, one battle to the next. It was linear all the way. Yes, SRPG. So Tenchi Muyo has a SRPG. I remember beating it in raw Japanese. There was a translation though. There was a translation for that. So anyways. So I played it on ZSNES. Finished it in like, I don't know, 7 hours or so. It was very short. Oh, when you played it, the translation didn't exist. Sad. So anyways, after that, I already considered myself quite a veteran at RPGs, because I'd played quite a lot of them at this point. So the next JRPG I stumbled upon, Alundra. I guess Alundra is an action RPG. I did try to beat part 2, but I sort of stopped playing because the contact damage and the constant knockdown became annoying. Hello, Ivan. Watch what you say, cause I'm trigger happy right now. Say the magic word and you're out of here. Anyways. So the next JRPG I played was Tales of Destiny 2, which I found out much later was actually not Tales of Destiny 2. It was Tales of Eternia. And I was super confused because I watched this anime. So I watched this anime called Tales of Eternia, OVA. And it was the characters from Tales of Destiny 2. So I was confused at that time. Now I am no longer confused. Basically, Tales of Destiny 2 is a localization decision. Because there is an actual Tales of Destiny 2. So here's Tales of Destiny 2. Basically what I liked about this game, 200 hit combos. So a friend and I actually played this game together. Player 2 can play as another character. I personally played as Farah all the time because she has more combo potential than Reed. Also, she's a healer. But who cares? She got the combos. So I played as her all the time. And my friend and I went through this entire RPG together. It's actually much easier if you have 2 players. Yeah, it's actually much easier if you have 2 players playing the game rather than playing by yourself. Of course, it's totally possible to play just by yourself, because it is, after all, an RPG. Let's reset. And this one felt a whole lot like Star Ocean, the second story. And I would find out later on it's because, they have some shared roots. They have some shared roots. Star Ocean and Tales. Basically, Star Ocean is Tales in space. This one too had a pretty epic story idea. You know, 2 worlds that face each other. 2 worlds facing each other. Like the other world is up in the sky for the guys from the other world, and vice versa. Was that Alucard? Character designs by Motsumi Inomata, I think. Died recently. R.I.P. Been meaning to play this too. It's good. It's a long game though, but it's good.
Yaeo. Idin opon idir roya.
Wow, Rutu, mueti.
Yaeo puewa kundo. Idin yaeo dinidoya.
I too. Po I wakundo. I mudu. Din I duya.
Puruni sun. Why din for
I wonder if the language is real, like Hymnos.
Utu sweati.
Like, I wonder if they have an actual.
Mundu de suti imudu.
Tianku yayo. Iti I su.
Wonder if they have an actual grammar and syntax, like Hymnos from Art and Elico.
Ban. Idin umugo di inunti di oburro. Purui sun suifu.
Yeah, this little one at your work, and her trying to speak, is kinda like this. Speaking of Krypton, doesn't that look like Superman's spaceship? Like Son Goku's. I mean, isn't Son Goku's spaceship based on Superman's? It has voice acting. Voice acting. Not too good. Not too bad.
Huh. Is that?
You know, I think he probably was.
Read.
And of course, the Journey to the West story,
Farah?
which is where the name comes from.
Hey, long time no see. How's it going? Did your hunt go well?
Not too bad. Voice
I
acting.
just took what I need for today. Nothing hard about that.
Wow, I have to admit it. You sure are handy with your sword.
Farah, it sure is a surprise to see you here.
Yeah, lately I've been busy in the fields. Reed, do you still come here every day?
Yeah,
Yeah, Sun Wukong.
You've liked
He's
this place ever
Son
since we were
Goku.
small.
He's the same.
So, what's up today? Playing hooky?
Of course not. There's something different about the sky, so I came to take a look.
The sky?
Don't the colors look different?
Do they? Can't say I've noticed.
It's definitely weird. I think something's going to happen.
Yeah? Like what?
I don't know. Maybe something's about to come falling from Celestia.
Oh no, Celestia.
Don't sound so thrilled. Anything coming from there is bound to be bad news.
How would you know? There hasn't been contact between our worlds for 2,000 years.
Anyway, life is meant to be simple. When things stay the way they are, that's true happiness.
Why does this guy sound so sarcastic?
You never change.
Sounds so sarcastic.
Oh yeah? Well, maybe I'm just that way because of all the trouble that a certain somebody caused. Farah?
Certain somebody.
Hey, over there. What's that?
Uh-oh. Farah, run!
Reed!
Phew. Farah, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. But something came down, didn't it? I'm gonna have a look.
Hey, Farah, wait, it's too dangerous.
She's just fine. She's drunk.
Ah, she's always like this.
Let's go find a fight. Fights are super fun in this game. This one might as well be a modern game.
That was easy.
Let's see if I have any hearts right now. Do we have Majingen? We got Majingen. We got Majingen. No?
We're not gonna lose so easily.
He don't let me equip his skills for some reason. Eh?
We win.
Hey, where's my Majingen? The font is what's showing its age.
Huh?
Hey.
What are you? You're a peculiar looking thing.
What font is that, by the way? Is that Arial?
want me to follow? Farah!
She found a lolly.
Reed, over here.
What is this? Who's that?
Unrurui, tiai muku, yayo foidi, anrupu tuya muyai tun, usu tun dinduya,
Ah,
waitun,
wakarimashita.
tu aitun,
Yeah, wakaranai.
What?
tiai uspuru aiwan us, umu fundi ai, usu, uti muiti,
I can't understand a single word. What do we do?
usti undin, ai muya imun undin, bai waimu, supun
He's gonna blow.
Anyway, it's dangerous here. Let's get her out of here.
Why?
He's gonna blow.
Buzz!
Because he's gonna blow. Like that.
Ouch. Farah, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. What about her?
What is this? This rainbow light.
Fibrial. Quickie!
Ow, ow!
Bawai ti usu tia usu. Purun aisun unruputun.
Yes, whatever you're
I
saying.
got it, I got
Yes.
it. Can you let go of me now?
See, he reacts the same way. Yes, whatever you're saying. Yes.
We don't know who she is, but one thing's for sure.
And what would that be?
She likes you.
She likes you.
Don't be stupid. That's silly. She wants help. From both of us.
Dui yayo kumu iba. Tiun baundin ai pui tisu ofu. Tiun gudin ai tindi. Wadi ai yatun rusu.
Whatever.
Help? Oh, I see. We can't understand her, but we sure can help.
What?
How?
I wonder.
But yeah, this type of game is super easy to get into. Totally my type of game. Also, very beautiful music. Good battle system.
And so that's what happened. We wanted to ask for your advice.
Wait, it could be. I think it could be.
Search the site of the explosion immediately. It might still be dangerous.
Hey, that makes sense.
Right. And, what about her?
She must be cast out.
This guy is really hamming it up. Because these are his only speaking parts. He's like, she must be cast out.
It might seem cruel.
It might seem
but it's
cruel.
my duty to protect this village.
Guy's really hamming it up. These are his only speaking lines.
That's no excuse. You're saying we just turn our backs on a girl in trouble?
Farah?
Look at the color of her skin. Strange clothes. Unintelligible speech. She could be the seed of disaster.
Disaster.
Huh? What's wrong?
What? What's going on?
Some guy.
Ah!
Stop!
We We got a boss fight right away. Let's go. Reed, why do you not have anything? You suck, Reed. Screw this. Yay! Finally got the Majinget. Bye bye. Go away, go away.
What was that?
Are you okay?
Bundi yau pai didi undu?
Yes.
Ai ruite guati. Ti ai mukusu. Fui di. Su ai numugu tun.
Yes.
That man. Was he after her?
It didn't look like a father greeting his lost child, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Ah, Elder. Are you alright? Are you alright?
You two? Again? Are you two bringing disaster upon us? Just like before.
You're wrong!
Elder, this has nothing to do with back then.
Looks like these two did something back then.
Banish her.
I understand. We'll do as you order. However, I'm going with her as well.
Do as you wish.
Goodbye.
Hey!
Yep, you're dragged into this now. This is also your problem now.
Thanks for waiting. Ta-da!
Uti usu ai rutiti run. Puru ai omu. Puti.
He's baby talk, is what it
Wearing
is.
my old clothes. What do you think? Now when we leave the village, we won't
It's like,
attract...
Doin su uti futi.
Do you really plan to leave the village?
Yeah, I've decided. First I need to find someone who can understand her.
You goo gaga. Anyways, let us continue this talk. So next JRPG I played was Chrono Trigger on ZSS. I finished that game mostly because of the story. It was okay, but mostly it was because of the Yasunori Mitsuda music. Yeah, the music in that game was just awesome. I forgot the name of the 600 AD theme, but that one was my favorite. As well as the main theme. Yeah, the main theme for Chrono Trigger also good. But my favorite I think is the 600 AD theme. And the way it contrasts with the 1000 AD theme. Oh, Luca. She dead. She dead in Chrono Cross. She died. The end. Unless you like to think that Chrono Cross is non-canon. If we take Chrono Cross as canon, she did. Anyways, maybe I'll show you guys the actual ZSNES folder I used, which is still here. I kept it from my old PC. I kept migrating it, and it still works. Did she die in Trigger? No, she did not. Look at this. Look at this thing. Thing is ancient. And it still works. Still works just fine. Ta-da! Oh, forgot to configure my controls. Heh. Wait, does it work? Oh, it already works. Never mind. See, look at these files here. So these are my actual files from back then. Same certainly on. Transparencies wouldn't work on a Pentium MMX 166 MHz. With like a VESA 2.0 graphics card. So I just turned off the transparency layer when I got to 680. Because there's all that mist there, right? I just turned off the mist layer. Which you could do in this, you could do that easily in this emulator. Me too. Like, otherwise I wouldn't be able to finish this game at all. Wouldn't know where to go, because the mist was covering everything. Music for 1000 AD is nice as well. It really reflects the times. Like 600 AD were darker times. 1000 AD is a happier time, and it's reflected in the music. So this was pretty unique for me. Like, no random battles in the overworld. And a beautiful looking overworld as well. Like, if people make the argument that, this is the best, SNES JRPG, I would not complain. I definitely would not complain if people make the argument that this is the best SNES RPG. Well deserved. Final Fantasy VI? Not so much. Overrated. Chrono dancing. We're not gonna go. We go here. For no reason. Just go here. Fight these guys. No. Actually, why not? I forgot this is New Game Plus. Hello. Prepare to die. Oh, you died? How sad. They died. Instantly. We're going on a trip. It was Tenji. G. G for, I don't know, gold, I guess? What? Oh, okay. This guy is problematic. Look at this guy. He's problematic. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. So this game I played from start to finish with several save files. FF6, I played it on emulator, didn't like it, went back to it to play it on... Where's FF3? Went back to it to play it on the PS1. The anthology version, I finished it. I thought it was mid. It was mid. I actually enjoyed this one more. But seems people don't like it because of the job system for some reason. Whatever. Let this play out a little bit. I did play, I think, a little bit of Dragon Quest. I didn't like it. It was slow. There we go. No, just slow. Da 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 Secret of the Crystals uses music, so I guess it's based on FF5. Yeah? Let's give it a try then. I think I have one. From my old files. Should be called DQ or something. Nope, I don't have it. Sad. Nope, don't have it. I do have this one though. This one has a way smoother battle system than Final Fantasy VI. It's also a later game, but I'm quite unfair that way. Look at that! Enemy sprites are animated. Ta-da! Look at this battle system. Look at the animations. So much better than FF6. I think you're talking about Foxy, right? You mean Foxy, right? Not Mantra. This one is not a port. It's a Super Famicom game, which was never released here. It was never released in English. So this is a Super Famicom game. Yeah, the pink one is Foxy. So yeah, don't you think this one looks a lot better than Final Fantasy VI? Hey, objectively speaking. So here's one that Kurumi likes to talk about, Lufia. I have both games. And I did play both games, but I never finished them, because I didn't like them. But I do have them, though. Here's another one that was never released in the US. Dual Orb. So my hunger for more Jrpg gameplay was so insatiable that I turned to emulation when I ran out of games to play on the PS1. I turned to emulation. You can skip the intro. Kurumi approved. Baby Mario, is that you? Close enough. Not quite. Close enough, though. Should be more like that. would like... So what's unique about this one? Battle system. The sprites are big during the battles. Like full-size sprites. You know, not like chibi style. Not chibi style. Full-size sprites. Yeah, normal size. You know what? This could be a good game to play. For real on stream. I never got anywhere in this game. And it looks like my kind of game. Looks like my kind of JRPG. This looks like the start of an epic story. An epic story worth watching, worth finishing, worth seeing through. Reading, playing, experiencing. Exactly. Seeing waifus. Yes, that too is important. Seems like a certain relationship in Art and Alico too. Kinda. Check this out. Check it out. Check it out. Already more impressive than FF6. Yep. Anyways, we're running short of time. So, next JRPG I found. Those were just JRPGs I tried but never finished, by the way. So the next one I found was Thousand Arms. And it was quite a treat. Thousand Arms. Also, I bet it's Aris approved. Right? Right, Aris? Hey, you like Thousand Arms, don't you? And if you haven't played it yet, you should. We are restarting. Opening theme by Yumi Hamasaki. I think. Was it Yumi Hamasaki? I think it was. Let's see. Atlus, USA! Red Company! So this one was just a charming little game, and it had dating sim mechanics.
I know.
That's the fun part. The dating sim mechanics.
Be quiet already. I said stop it.
Because the dating sim mechanics are an integral part of the game.
Their fault.
You gotta do the dating in order to power up your weapon or get more magic. Yes, and the girls are quite cute, this game. Oh yes, Mr. Mice is a pervert. Here is Mice's father, whom we we never hear from again. Also, look at the girls here. Like, this is just a random girl. Watch when it shows up close. Not too bad, huh? Not too bad, huh?
What the hell are you doing at a time like this? The enemy is closing in on us.
Nope.
That's exactly why
Just a
I'm with
random
this pretty
girl.
woman.
Not his
I'm
mom.
making a stronger sword.
See? Not his mom.
Well, you are a spirit blacksmith, and this, I guess, is your job.
Also, excellent voice
I
acting
don't
here.
know about this woman.
Voice acting here is excellent.
Don't you think there are other things you should be doing now, like gathering weapons and soldiers? or
Probably some of the best voice acting in a PS1 game.
I am very impressed, Mice. That's my son.
That's not the point, Father.
I know, Mice. The Dark Acolytes attacked Trotgould several weeks ago. And now they came almost within reach of Kant. I don't know what they want, but I'm prepared to fight them. Mice, you should be prepared as well.
Wow, I'm impressed. It sounds like you finally pulled yourself together. Okay then, I'll...
Heh, you impress your dad, who was used to the bleeps and bloops of the NES days when he walked in on you playing this one.
What? Are you crazy? I didn't raise you to be like that. Even more important than my land is my property, my people. It's my duty to protect my people. More importantly, I can't die now. There are desirable women waiting for me. People are preparing to leave the land. Mice, you should get ready too.
Basically, they ran away. Yep, like father, like son. His father knew what he was doing.
I guess she's okay too. What a relief.
Ah, yes. By she, he means, my waifu in this game, Mill. Look at those emojis. This game was ahead of its time. It had emojis before they were a thing. Where the fudge is Mill? She's here somewhere. He's that Ness. Kinda looks like him.
Hurry! This way!
Oh, there she is. There she is. Ain't she cute?
Wow, what a babe!
Ain't she cute?
You're too beautiful to be sad. Smile. I'm here with you.
You think I'm beautiful? Help me then!
Baka.
Where did everybody go? I'm starving.
You should play this one,
My
Aris.
vision is blurry. The Dark Acolytes took everything from me. My noble status, the land my family has ruled for 7 generations. I've lost everything. All I have left is... this sword. Oh, I'm so hungry.
So hungry.
Should I sell my sword? No, this is my heritage. What am I gonna do now?
Yep, it's 2 discs. It's a good game. The weakest part of this game, the battle system. Is it Ayumi Hamasaki? I think it is. Depend on you. Is the title of the song. Yep, it is. Same BAS link from the CDI games. I don't know. I never tried those. That's our main girl, Sodina. She's also, kinda cute, I guess. We got tons of waifus here. See that villain guy with a sword? His name is literally Dark Master. He's some kind of Chuni. Dark Master. He's amusing. There is never a time when he's actually threatening in any way. Throughout the entire game, he sucks. He just sucks. From start to finish. Dark Master. But he's so cool. And that's our main character. He sucks, by the way. But not for long.
Sounds like he's done.
I hear the voice of an angel.
Are you coming too? How do you feel? Thank you for saving me. What's your name?
I'm Mice. Mice Triumph.
I'm Sedina. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Alrighty. That's quite enough of that. I gotta wrap this up. Hey. So after that I played Shadow Gears. And this was already during my university days. So I never played Shadow Gears until I graduated from high school. Mostly because I was busy playing other games. Had quite a lot of Jrpgs on my backlog, so I didn't get to that. He's like coming across a good book when you're cleaning and getting caught up in it before you know it. And of course I thoroughly enjoyed Shadow Gears, especially Disc 2. Like most people hate Disc 2. Most people say Disc 2 is unfinished. That it should have played a lot more like a regular JRPG. But personally, like going through Disc 1, like all 40 to 50 hours of Disc 1, when I got to Disc 2, I was like, oh good, I can just go through one dungeon, fight against some bosses, and then it plays like a visual novel. Now it's like a visual novel. So all I have to do is read it, then go through some dungeon, fight some bosses, more reading. So yeah. So this was I was already in university when I finished this. And when I got to Disc 2, it had some of the best parts of the game for me. Especially the part between Faye and Ellie. Like, you know, how they've been reincarnated over and over again. Like an Adam and Eve analog. And how, throughout history, like, Ellie's name and the girl that Lacan originally loved never changed, not even her name. That was amazing. And then Ellie's counter to that same story, when it's her turn to do the narration, is that the man she loved never changed, only his name. That was beautiful. Something like dreams remembered, blah 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 blah, when one is awake, or dreams forgotten when one is awake. Something like that. And in those dreams, I loved one man. No matter the time, no matter the place, something like that. And this did not change, only his name. That was so poetic, so literary. So anyways, maybe I'll skip Shadow Gears and wrap this up. Or not. Let's see if I can show a little bit of Shadow Gears. Stars of Tears, maybe. If I remember correctly, Stars of Tears can only be accessed from the debug room. Looks like I don't have it. Alright, fine. Then we'll watch a video of it. This is the overworld theme of Xenogears. But it's also a vocal song. Fingertips moving gently to my heart. The force of life goes on and on. The song remains like a haunting melody of angel music held in chains. I ask you, can you ease the pain of those who lost? Can we know the cost of all this sorrow? Can we catch the tears of a broken world? Fall down upon the earth, falling down. Arigatou da yo, John. I will do that. That's an excellent one. Of time, take me deeper into you. As blue as summer skies. Not unlock the door. Broken word away it flies. I ask you, can we ease the pain of those who lost? Can we know the cost of all this sorrow? Can we catch the tears of a broken world? Fall down upon the earth, falling down. There's tons of those. Go to DL site for more, especially the not safe for work stuff. Yeah. And let us cap this off with one of my favorites of all time. Can you guess the game? One of my favorite JRPGs. Also, the last game I played from the PS1 generation. The last JRPG I played before moving on to the PS2. Polygon Love is Forbidden? So can you guess which game it is? No, it's not. It's a charming little game. And it was also because I considered myself quite savvy with JRPGs at this point. This was also the first and only JRPG that I have written a walkthrough for. And it's still there on GamePacks to this day. I think some of you already know what it is. Da-da-da-da. Cerulean knows. Cerulean has seen me stream that, I think. Also seen me stream the sequel. It's a PS1 game. It had just a little bit of everything I like in a Jrpg. And it was short and sweet. Well, let me just show you. It was brought up earlier, yes. Well, Lunar, close enough, but not quite. Here we go. Hey. Ta-da! So, fancying myself a Jrpg veteran at this point, I played this game while taking lots and lots of notes. Yep, this is the one I played with Jrpg. And here's a little Easter egg. If you wait long enough, at this title screen, you get this. Know that you're out there and I'm waiting for you. Cornet is my name and I'm a puppeteer too. With my puppet friends there's nothing that we can't do. They are there to help me make my dreams come true. And I get to know them, they just might help you too. And all the puppets in the world will help me find my way to you. Know that you're out there and I'm waiting for you. She goes again, she's so in love. As if lightning struck her from above. I love you, my prince, you are my true love. Cornet, Pony, stop your silly dreaming, please. Can't you see? I'm just trying to make my dream come true.
Dress like that?
I've done everything a girl's supposed to.
I
Take a bubble bath, even wash behind my ears.
all the
Bubbles tickle my nose, but they get me squeaky clean. When I'm done, I'm looking beautiful. That you are a silly girl. Just look further than just mere appearances to see.
Cornet, are you following this?
What's important is what's inside of you.
Inside of me? Don't
To understand what I am saying to you. Look inside yourself and you will find out what is true. You must be courageous and be true to your heart. It will make you happy when you know just where to start.
Okay.
You see what's inside of me.
What's inside of you?
Someday I'll find my love. He'll be the one for me. We'll be waiting patiently until he comes.
I told you don't wait. You take the initiative.
Take the initiative!
I remember.
Think for myself.
That's it. I know.
So I'll find him. And he will be the man of my dreams.
We'll share
Share our lives as one Until the end of time, someday our hearts will beat as one. Ta-da! Yay! You can also choose Japanese musicals, by the way. Even if you put it on hard difficulty, it's super easy. You can finish this in like, let's see, around 9 hours or so. Around 9 hours. 8 to 9 hours. Very short game. Later, I'm about to end the stream anyway. Thank you for hanging out. So what I really like about this game is a nice short and sweet story. And even though it looks all kiddie, right? Looks like it's a kid's game. It looks like baby's first JRPG. The story actually it's very simple. The story is very simple, but it actually has its serious moments, and it tackles a lot of real life issues. Like how parents raise their children, a little bit of politics, and even deals with untimely death. And the best part of this game for me would be the twist. The twist as to Kururu's character. Which I guess I won't spoil here. There's also Cornet's spoiled brat of a friend, Elle-C, who is my favorite character here. She's like that token kudere tsundere stereotype. You know, Axel bratty and haughty and all stuck up. Which I guess some of you have seen Jrpg get up to that point of the game. It's like, oh. Yeah, she's a Tsunsu no Josama. She's my favorite. She's my favorite character here. But of course, as far as the story goes, I really like Kururu's part. The big reveal as to Kururu's character. Which, by the way, Elle-C was still a part of, so yeah. A small part of. Elle-C always plays a role all throughout the game. Which is of course understandable, since she's Cornet's childhood friend. And what this game is really streamlined. For a 2D PS1 game. It moves fast. It moves smoothly. Really feels like it could still be a modern game. As well as its sequel. Which amusingly is on Steam as a modern game, as well as other consoles. But it's just a ROM. It's just a translated ROM. And I have it right here. I show. So this thing is just a translated ROM. Basically, made to look more HD, but the actual game is not.
Long ago, on the outskirts of the capital, there was a village called
And this is what part 1 story is all
A young
about.
girl with the power to become friends with puppets lived there.
This is the story
Her name was Cornet.
of Rhapsody 1.
Cornet's
This is part
dream
2.
was to fall in love with the prince. One day, Marl's prince saved Cornet's life in
La
the
la
woods.
la la la
She fell in love.
la 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 la.
The prince was turned to stone by the evil witch Marjorie. To
What's
save
going
the
on?
prince, Cornet journeyed with her puppets.
What's going on?
There was
Anyways. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Look at this thing. So this is a 2023 release, but it's just a PS1 game. They didn't even change much of anything. They didn't change much of anything. They just released it as a new game. With a translation, I suppose. I still bought it though, and played it on stream. Cause it's still a good game, even though it's just a PS1 game. Yeah, but only part 1 ever got a translation. Part 2 and 3 never even had a fan translation. So we had to wait until there was an official translated release for an English version. Here is the princess. She ran away. La 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 la. How I know you can get this? Heh. Anyways, to wrap things up, yeah, that was the entirety of my experience with JRPGs from the PS1 era. So I started with a PS1 FF7, and it ended with Rhapsody, a musical adventure, also a PS1 game. So I threw in some, actually played some Phantasy Star as well on Genesis via emulation, but I also threw in some SNES JRPGs here and there. But yeah, to recap what I said about how I play my JRPGs. So, my ideal way of playing a JRPG for the first time is not to treat it as a game, but simply to immerse myself in the entire experience that the game has to offer. Not rushing to get to the end of the game so I can write it off a checklist. JRPGs for me are an experience to be lived, to become entrenched as a part of who I am for posterity, to etch these experiences into my very being. That is my goal. Is I'm there for the experience. I don't want to rush to the end. I just want to be there, to be inside that game, to be inside that the world that the game has created, to be the witness, the stories of these characters, to be a part of that epic journey, while not like a Western RPG, not being the character, not being your player character, but seeing it from the eyes of the protagonist. So, with that said, this has been LCX, and this has been my tiny presentation talking about my JRPG experiences. I hope you guys enjoyed that. This has been LCX, and I'm out. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Wabate loon 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 la la loon 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 naitahi mo. Sawagu kaze ni yumeru edo kokoro harete ku. Yomo loon 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 wama loon 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 taiyo no shita de kimi to odoru himagure na dansu. Please subscribe.